Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers. And before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate, and Council takes direction from the meeting clerk. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this May 23rd Executive Committee meeting to order and begin with a roll call. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mariso, he is unable to join us today. And I know that Councillor Stevenson's also with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And we're just going to check online here as well. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Principe, good morning.
Good morning.
Great. And it looks like that is everyone. So I'll also begin with a land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion for that?
I'll move adoption of the May 23rd Executive Committee meeting agenda with the following changes. The addition of item 7.2, which is the Municipal Fleet Hydrogen Pilot Project Agreement item.
Great, thank you so much. Please vote on adoption of the agenda. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to?
I will move approval of the minutes for May 3rd, 2024.
Great, thank you so much. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items, none that I'm aware of, which means we can move on to selection of items for debate. I'll look to the board. Oh, I will begin by selecting 7.1. 7.2, and I know that we have requests to speak for 7.3. Great. So seeing no one else, we can vote on reports not selected for debate, which would just be 7.4.
As well as 5.1.
Oh, and sorry, and 5.1. Thank you. And I'll move that. Great. Please vote.
Are you moving that, Councillor Salvador?
Yes, that was me.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Great, that's carried. Moving on to request to speak.
Would you like me to read back the item that you...
Oh,
you
sure,
have
that would be
passed?
wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This morning, committee has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Land Governance Strategy Implementation Update with a revised due date of September 18th, 2024. And item 7.4, Bylaw 20802 to designate the Field Log House as a municipal historic resource.
Thank you so much. Now moving on to request to speak. I know we have a number of speakers. I believe for item 7.3. Councillor Hamilton?
I will move that executive committee hear from the following speakers and panels where appropriate on item 7.3, Hangar 14, listing disposition update. Jennifer Forsyth from the Alberta Museums Association in person. David Ridley, Edmonton Heritage Council in person. Ryan Lee, Alberta Aviation Museum in person. And Jean Louison, Alberta Aviation Museum in person. And David Smith, Alberta Aviation Museum in person.
Thank you. Please vote to hear from speakers.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Request for specific time on the agenda, none. Councillor inquiries, none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, we've already dealt with that. Unfinished business, none, which means we're moving on to public reports, starting with 7.1, the Ride Transit Program funding update. So we'll just pause for a second to allow the administration delegation to come on down.
Okay, good morning, committee members. On game day, game one of the conference finals, just wanted to recognize that as a significant day, so thank you for joining us today to talk about budget on our low-income transit pass program, which is called the Ride Transit Program. So with me today, we have Carrie Hutton-McDonald, who's the branch manager of ETS, Aisha Kulipa, who is our civic youth intern, along with Sarah Feldman, who is the director of business integration in ETS. So we've got a short presentation that will give an overview on our report, including an update on our ridership, fare revenue performance, and our ride transit program budget. So I'll hand it over to Carrie for the presentation.
Thanks, Craig. Before I start, we've been hearing some feedback from our ride transit participants, and I just want to let them know that we value this program a lot. I've personally been involved with it since its inception 7 years ago. Can't believe it's already been 7 years. And its impacts and outcomes are really important. We're here today to talk about how to support growth and demand and make the program more sustainable for the long term. Before we get into the specific details of ride transit, we thought a review of ridership and fare revenue performance overall might be really helpful context. So while ridership influences, next slide. So while ridership influences fare revenue, the two don't always follow the same trends based on two major factors that we wanted to highlight. One is about the volume of riders and any related changes to ridership. And then the second is the types of fare products that riders choose for their trips. Ridership has recovered for bus service, but we're not quite there yet for LRT or paratransit service. So this means that the volume of people that are using transit and paying for transit fare hasn't fully recovered to 2019 levels yet. In 2023, DAT's trip volume recovered to approximately 80 to 85% of our pre-pandemic levels. And LRT service is in the 70 to 75% of pre-pandemic levels. And this experience is similar to other transit services in large Canadian cities. To address ridership recovery impacts on fare revenue across most of Canada in both the 2020-21 and then the 21-22 budgets, the federal and provincial governments provided one-time operating funding relief to transit services to account for revenue lost as well as increased expenditures due to COVID. Edmonton at the time received in the range of $54 million for the first cycle, and then in the range of $40 million the second time. CUDA has been advocating for ongoing operating relief to address these ongoing pressures, but it hasn't generated ongoing funding. There are other changes that have impacted our fare revenue gap, including changes in travel behavior. So thinking back to the volume part of the equation, so that affects the volumes of trips that people are taking and changes to the type of fare products that they choose as a result of their trip patterns. So compared to 2019, fewer people are using transit to commute to and from work due to hybrid work arrangements, as an example. And more people are using transit in the off-peak, so midday and evenings as examples. And this trend, again, is happening across Canada. Ridership and revenue modeling was conducted in the summer of 2022 to develop our 4-year revenue budget. We believe that some of the core assumptions that were made at that time may need to be revisited. Another factor is due to affordability concerns, more people are purchasing discounted, subsidized fare products, like our Ride Transit Low-Income Transit Pass. This is also a trend happening across Canada. And then lastly, as you know, Edmonton has seen significant population growth over the last 3 years, including immigration and interprovincial migration. At the same time, we're also seeing more people using our subsidized fare programs, like Ride Transit, which we'll talk about today. So overall, what does this mean for our fare revenue budget? It's putting pressure, and we have a negative fare revenue variance this year, and we believe that Ride Transit is one component of it. I'm now going to hand it over to Aisha, who's going to talk about who has been using transit in Edmonton.
Thank you. When discussing fare buying behaviors, it's important to consider who has been using transit in Edmonton and why they choose it. For 24% of our riders in 2023, ETS was their only means of transportation. 24% of people said they chose ETS instead of paying for parking. 15% chose ETS because it was convenient for them. 51% of our riders identify as women, 38% identify as under the age of 34, and 22% identify 22% are over the age of 55. 36% of our riders have household income levels less than $50,000 per year, and 20% all identify as racialized Edmontonians. 14% have disability, 9% identify as Indigenous, and 8% identify as being LGBTQ2SA+. I'll now turn it back over to Carrie.
Thank you, Aisha. Next slide, please. So the Ride Transit program formally launched in 2017 to provide a subsidized, discounted monthly transit pass for eligible individuals and families experiencing low income. The program has been partially funded by a Government of Alberta grant through City of Edmonton funding, as well as revenue generated from the user fee associated with the monthly pass. The program application and registration process is integrated with the Leisure Access program. Over the years, the Ride Transit program has undergone several changes to improve access for those who need it the most. In addition, in 2018, a program evaluation was completed that confirmed program outcomes were being achieved and the program had a positive impact for Edmontonians. In the 2019 to 22 budget deliberations, Council decided to fund a portion of the program permanently. In addition, the Ride Transit program expanded by increasing the household income criteria to 10% above LICO, which is the low-income cutoff threshold established by the federal government, for the first eligibility tier. We also implemented a sliding scale model, which introduced a second tier for those with incomes 10 to 25% above the low-income cutoff. And we introduced 8 additional qualifying eligibility documents, including the Government of Alberta Income Support, Foundational Learning Assistance, Permanent Resident, Refugee Status, Child Under Government Care, as well as Employment Insurance. These changes were funded through service packages at the time. In February 2022, with the influx of Ukrainian visitors, the Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel was added as a qualifying eligibility document. That same year, in 2022, as you know, we presented a report about an anti-racism review of the program and had an action plan to further address program barriers. Some of the actions we've implemented include implementing immediate conditional approval for the program upon submitting an application form and supporting documentation at the Edmonton Service Center, adding a letter from a registered social worker as a qualifying document, and providing passes to undocumented Edmontonians in partnership with a social agency, Aware Migrant Alberta Access, to support those who are unable to participate in the regular ride transit program due to lack of immigration documentation. Lastly, we've been working with the school boards to offer ride transit passes directly to those students who have financial needs that align with the program but are in precarious situations, which means they're unable to formally access it. Next slide, please. We've heard really compelling stories from our riders who use the program about its impact. The program evaluation outlined that the program improved affordability and access, reduced stress, and reduced social isolation. Participants have shared stories about having better access to employment, recreational and social opportunities, as well as no longer having to choose between expenditures for basic household needs, such as choosing between groceries and transportation. In addition to the formal program evaluation, we conduct an annual survey with ride transit participants to assess if the program continues to meet its intended outcomes. An overwhelming majority of survey respondents agree that the pass is affordable and it helps them save money to spend on other basic needs, get to medical or other appointments, travel around the city, and more. The program is accessed by a diverse representation of Edmontonians, including marginalized communities. About 25,000 people purchase a pass each month, and it continues to grow. And when we look at all of the categories, growth is occurring across all categories. Next slide, please. So the total subsidy, which is the fare revenue discount provided, was budgeted at $7.8 million ongoing in the program budget. Due to the increased demand for the subsidized passes, the annual subsidy has surpassed the revenue budgeted to offset the subsidy. In 2023, the revenue subsidy on ride transit passes was $9.4 million, creating a $6.2 million program revenue shortfall. Based on current projections for program demand in 2024, the revenue subsidy on ride transit passes is expected to continue to grow to $13.9 million, and the expected program revenue shortfall will be about $10.6 million. Growth in the program is expected to continue beyond 2024 as population grows. The categories with the highest amount of sales in the program include people with their notice of assessment that indicates they meet the eligibility criteria, income support recipients including AISH, Canada-Ukraine authorization for travel participants, as well as refugees and permanent residents. The increased subsidy provided by the city exceeds what's been budgeted, and again, it's putting negative pressure on the fare revenue performance, budget performance. When combined with other factors, such as ridership not fully recovered, impacts of hybrid work arrangements, and affordability concerns, meeting that budget target is becoming more and more difficult. Please note we're also waiting for details from the Government of Alberta about their grant support and haven't received the funding agreement just yet. Next slide, please. So for our next steps, we're seeking to do three kind of streams of work. So the first is confirm that Government of Alberta contribution to the program, including getting our funding agreement in place. Secondly, we'd like feedback from Council to inform mitigating measures that could reduce the negative pressure on the fare revenue budget. So this includes reviewing the eligibility criteria for the program. We could look at scaling back some of the criteria, which might reduce some of the anticipated growth for the program. We could also do a further review of our user fee schedule to assess fare pricing options. We have a $1 increase being implemented to the price in February 2025, but we could do further exploration and analysis to understand if other adjustments could be made. In addition, for the overall fare revenue performance across the network, we are doing more randomized fare inspections at different locations, as well as adding audio and visual reminders of the requirement to pay valid fare, particularly on LRT. We're also working closely with our ARC vendor to improve reliability of our ARC smart fare equipment. As of May, we are up to 96% reliability. And lastly, we're supporting an increase in ridership through service improvements, improving accessibility, doing more rider outreach, and we're implementing ongoing safety and security measures. And these changes can have a positive influence on both ridership and then the corresponding fare revenue. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the end of our presentation. We thank you for your time and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Great, well, thank you so much for the presentation. I'll pause to see if colleagues have questions on the board. Well, I selected this item, so I'll kick us off with some questions. Yeah, so I guess maybe just to start broadly, you know, what is the decision in front of us today? I know this report is, of course, to be received for information, but it sounds like you're also seeking a little bit of feedback and possibly direction. So just want to get clarity on that.
So some of the eligibility was specifically directed and funded by council. So it's of our mind that we'd like some direction from council about the measures we proposed in the report to look at ways that we can try and address some of the negative budget pressure for the program, and also get some feedback about how do we make this program more sustainable for the long term.
Okay. Okay, excellent. That's really helpful context and good framing for the discussion. I wanted to ask about some of the ongoing advocacy that CUTA is doing. I guess what are we hearing from other orders of government at this point around some of that ongoing relief?
So the feedback, I'm on the board with CUTA, and we've had lots of discussions about advocacy and strategy that CUTA can take. And just for clarity for others, it's the Canadian Urban Transit Association. What we're hearing from federal government partners is there's no interest in providing operating support. So their focus is on the Permanent Public Transit Fund, which is a capital funding program. And that's been the consistent kind of message that's been received. In the past, provincial governments across Canada, not just in Alberta, provided operating support once the federal contribution was made. So without that trigger, CUTA is really not feeling too optimistic at this point.
Okay. And maybe just in a really immediate term, we're still waiting on details from GOA around the 2024 funding, correct?
That's right. So we are planning to touch base with their administration. We just wanted to be clear that we haven't yet received the funding agreement. I know publicly, as we know, we heard commitments from the government that they were going to continue. So we look forward to getting that agreement in place.
Great, thanks so much. Yeah, I also was curious. I know I appreciate the details you shared around sort of those changes in travel behavior. Interesting to know that more people are using off-peak transit. And I'm just wondering, I know we had increased hours for off-peak. Are we seeing some good results there, given that shift in behavior?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for that question. We did increase service in the off-peak, and a lot of that was related to the equity analysis work that we've previously presented to Council, and understanding that many equity-seeking groups, and that there's generally, from all groups, an increasing demand off-peak. I think we have seen that uptick in demand. I don't have the numbers in front of me today, but we'd be happy to share that with you, that we're meeting the demand that's growing in those time periods.
Right. Yeah. Great. Yeah, no, I'd be curious to see that. But great to hear we're meeting that demand. Yeah, I do see some other folks on the board, so maybe I'll pause and go to my colleagues. Might come back for more. Go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Sorry, I just want to drill into a couple of the pieces at the beginning of your presentation. And I know this isn't the focus here, but just as if we have you, the LRT ridership recovery, could you tell me, did I hear we're at 75% or 80%?
Yeah, we're around 75% at the end of 2023, and it seems to be consistently hovering around that level.
Could you tell me, because my thesis is this is not a reflection of transit, this is a reflection of flexible work, 3 days in the office, provincial, federal, municipal. I mean, we're a government town, even private sector folks I know are flex working. So could you tell me how many, not percentage, but raw, what does that mean?
We will get that number for you. We don't have it in front of us, but we'll find it. But the two contributing factors to that figure, definitely hybrid work arrangements, and that's happening across Canada. It's impacting us, it's impacting my colleagues, and then we know safety and security concerns for some people have changed the amount of LRT usage that they're taking. So what we've noticed is late night, we see fewer trips being completed on the LRT than we did pre-pandemic. We're seeing good loads during the day. Peak is doing well, midday and evening is doing well, but we're not seeing it at night as much.
Okay, and that's being measured as like trips into downtown or in general? Like, is
Actual
that counting
counts.
Valley Line or shift work to the Grey Nuns?
So Valley Line's performing really well. So it keeps growing month over month, which is excellent. But again, it's just a shift in behavior that all of us are witnessing with our systems.
Because this is my theory. If we're 20,000 trips short, raw, that's 10,000 people doing a trip there and back each day. So 10,000 people over like, or 10,000 trips is really, once you factor that in, I mean, we still have more people than that working downtown, et cetera. Like, as a percentage of growth of the employee base, I mean, Edmonton has grown 100,000 people over the last 2 years. So I'm just always concerned about this transit spiral death narrative of, like, the LRT, nobody's taking the LRT, and it just sort of self-reinforces. But really, that's why I'm being a bit pedantic or annoying about.
So I think it's important to remember the vast majority of our ridership is bus-based. It was pre-pandemic, it is now. And then within the proportion of our ridership that is LRT, as I said, we're 3/4 of the way there and expect that it will continue to improve. But there is both on the bus and LRT side, there is a pocket of riders who are working hybrid arrangements, taking fewer trips.
Okay.
And then we know we're seeing fewer late night trips on LRT. And that's factual data.
Love it. Would love more in any way to get those stories out. Shifting to the matter at hand. Thank you for the chair's patience. I'm interested, could we just move to an annual pass instead of a monthly pass, and just saying, because chances are, if you need it in January, you probably need it in August, instead of having an individual have to go and get it month after month, et cetera. Is there a way that we can cut overhead, make this more nimble? I mean, I'm fine if one of our folks who is on this program for 8 months suddenly gets a great job for 4 months. I'm fine eating that loss. This is a great win if we get people out of the program. But my theory is probably the vast majority of people in this program last year are in this program this year. And so what can we do on our end to free up staff time, make the user experience easier, save people a trip to go get their need?
Yeah, Councillor, I think that's a really interesting idea, and we can take that back. I think it's changed a bit under ARC now that riders won't have to go in person, and it's a fair cap for ride transit. So $35 or $50 will be a cap, but if they ride less, they won't spend the full amount. So really what riders can do is load a full year amount of value to their ARC account and tap. And this allows just a lot of more flexibility to manage money.
But isn't there some sort of validation or check or something that...
It's validated with the eligibility when the eligibility period is over. So some categories are 1 year, some are 2 years, and that's when they need to reapply. And that's integrated with the LAP program and administered through Recreation as one integrated process.
Am I misunderstanding? So there's no monthly...
So I think what Sarah's describing is that we're introducing a really positive change for the riders with the introduction of ARC options. So that pay-as-you-go model, and good news is it's for all riders who are using ARC. But for these ride transit users, as we transition them, and we have a pilot that'll start this summer, they will just have that same ability. So they can load at their own pace their card. The eligibility decision that you're describing of like needing to talk to somebody, that's a one-time. Right now, they have to get paper passes every month, but we're changing that. They're going to be able to use ARC cards, which is going to improve, we think, accessibility and flexibility for them. And that load-as-you-go, pay-as-you-go model is really beneficial with all the different caps and whatnot that are there.
All right, thank you. My time.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. That was sort of where my line of questioning was going. Can it be automatic then for the ARC cards? And they don't need to have access to email or anything online once they've got that ARC card in order to like bump it up every month? I'm just wondering for those that don't have access to a computer.
I'll maybe actually defer to Mark LaChance. He's online. He's our manager and my team who is overseeing the pilot for ride transit.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Mark?
Hi. So the pilot is launched right now, but we do need to be able to set up an online account for people to access through ARC. However, we are doing a lot of outreach that will help users get set up on their accounts. So once they have that, they can continue to load the card without getting online, because they can do that at retail outlets or at the transit terminals, the vending machines themselves.
Okay, but for those that are like fall under the what is it, the ride transit pass, the free pass, that'll be set up on their ARC card for the year?
Well, so the benefit or the $35 cap, because this isn't a free program, that $35 cap will be set up on their account. Usually it's between 2 and 5 years. There are some 1-year programs, but those are sort of minimal. So once you get program access, or you get verified that you are meeting one of the criteria to access the program, most of the criteria allows you to have access to the program for 2 years. Once it's established on the ARC card, that will stay as a benefit until 2 years, and they'll get a notification that their program is ending at the end of that 2 years, so they can reapply, or if they're in a better situation, it'll go to a regular fare.
Okay, I think that answers my question.
Yeah, so they only need, just to further clarify, they only need that help with the email and setting it up when they first set up their account. And then after that, they can load money to their account at a 7-Eleven or at a vending machine with cash. So they don't need to go online every month to do that.
Okay, but those that qualify for the free pass based on their income.
So we don't offer any fare free pass except for the seniors low income program.
Okay. So then how do the seniors that maybe aren't online, that can only be done at 7-Eleven or?
So those programs can get set up at our ESC, and we'll help them set up their account on a card that they can use, and that benefit will stay on their card. Again, the program access will stay for 2 years, and they will have to reapply and ensure that we have their information. But yes, that benefit will stay on the whole time until until they can no longer use it.
Okay, that's what was concerning for me. Okay, and then I'm just wondering, I think it's attachment, is it 1 or 2 that shows, no, it's attachment 4, where we've shown a drop in distribution of ride transit passes for those both on AISH and receiving Government of Alberta income supports. Any idea why that's happening? Are people not qualifying for AISH or income supports as much as they were, or people just can't afford to buy a transit pass that are on AISH or income supports?
I think it's
that attachment is highlighting the survey that we administer, the demographic information.
Okay.
So it's those who've responded to the survey. It's showing the distribution. The actual volume of people in receipt of the ride transit program in those categories has climbed.
Okay.
All the categories have increased quite significantly.
Okay, we just didn't get as many respondents in those categories as the others. Okay. And then I'm just wondering about additional access for people, besides having to come down to Edmonton Tower to get qualified. Can they not do it, anything set up through like libraries or rec centers?
So for launching Ride Transit, we are doing a lot of in-person support, launching it to ARC at the rec centers. We've had this long-standing partnership working with Recreation on Ride Transit. Once we're fully launched on ARC, though, we won't be loading ARC cards at rec centers. Instead, it will be through the vending machines, through the outlets, at the service center in Edmonton Tower, and online, which we think will actually add more options than Ride Transit riders have in the pre-ARC world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
And I just realized I answered your question incorrectly. So the table that you were looking at, it's the total distribution of sales volume within all the categories. So what we're seeing there is shifts in how the volume is distributed amongst the categories, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it's not survey respondents. So then there could be, and my time is up. Okay, I might.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. I'll get myself on the board and take another round. So, yeah, again, I just want to get a good understanding of if we do nothing today, and maybe this is to finance, we'll continue to have a negative variance, correct? To Ms. Padbury?
Apologize.
No worries at all. Yeah, just saying, like if we do nothing today, we will continue to have a negative variance, correct? And I guess what I'm getting at is, it seems like we'll have to end up making that up regardless. So it's either continue having a negative variance, budget more, or we can have conversations about toggling some of those variables like eligibility, like fares. Is that a fair way to
Yeah, that's a
describe?
fair way to describe it. And there was a motion previously made for us to come back with an action plan to look at structural budget issues. This would be an item that would be contemplated in that. I don't think you can solve this issue today, but I think it's definitely something that we'll do work on so that we can bring back resolutions and options for this to be addressed.
Okay, great. And then I wanted to just zoom out for a second beyond the ride transit program. I just wanted to ask about overall fare performance and maybe close a loop on a conversation that we had last month during SOBA. Council was presented with options for additional revenue generation, and I know a few of those options were related to transit. Understanding that I believe the amounts were relatively small that would be generated, but I just wanted to ask, I think two of the options, so one was the ETS store, like a merchandise store. The other was around fare collection for special events. Do you need any additional direction on those? I just want to make sure we're able to move forward.
So I did check with my colleague, Mr. Rye. I'm not sure if Harm's on the line, but our understanding is we would need direction from council in order to implement those because they were listed formally in the report as options.
Okay.
We would need to get that directed to us to proceed.
Okay. Well, I might be interested in making that as a subsequent, just giving my colleagues a heads up on that. But maybe for the time being, I do have a motion for the main report that I will move for discussion and contemplation from folks. So I'll move that administration bring back a report with options to address the ride transit program funding gap, including increased program funding to support growing demand for discounted fare products and long-term program sustainability with analysis on the implications of changes to fares and eligibility criteria. And just to really briefly introduce that, the intent of this motion is really to give us an opportunity to look at how we can optimize the program design to best support the long-term sustainability, while recognizing that we are facing a number of compounding pressures. I think this will give us a chance to look at things like eligibility criteria, user fees, additional program funding, and overall pricing options to assess the best way forward. So I'll stop there. I think I have some questions on my own motion to administration, given some things that have been shared. But more importantly, at this time, I want to pause because we have some special guests in the room with us. Hi, everyone. Hi. So we have grade 6 class from Academy at King Edward, and that is in Ward Papassu with your counselor, Michael Jans, just to my left. And teacher, Miss Maureen Munsterman. Hello. Hi. And are you folks just starting? Have you been at City Hall for a bit? Yeah? First day? Oh, mock council after. Okay, do you know what you're going to be discussing? Yes? What are you going to be debating? We're actually debating an over issue about beehives in backyard neighborhoods. Oh, beehive. I love that. I love that. Do you know who the mayor is going to be? Yeah. Yeah. Mayor over here. Fantastic. Well, I would love to hear what the results of your conversation are. As my colleague says, there's a lot of buzz about that conversation. But thank you so much for joining us today. We're just discussing actually public transit and a program that supports low-income Edmontonians to be able to access transit in our city, which is so critical. So you can stick around and listen to it, but I wish you lots of fun while you're at City Hall. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we can give these folks a round of applause. Great. So I see Councillor Rutherford on the board. I'll go to you.
Thank you. Appreciate the mover for moving this motion. I just have a question though, because and this is to the mover, in the response just now to administration to your last line of questioning, they did talk about bringing back a report on a motion around the overall structural issues. And so I'm worried about not having a holistic conversation of that, including the ride transit. So I'm just wanting to understand, because I heard in your introduction, this would be a little bit more of a deep dive into this program but we wouldn't want this to limit having that discussion on the holistic issues of our funding and revenue with transit at a broader scale, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate you raising that because I was going to ask the same question
Okay.
to administration. So, yeah, you could flip that one around to see what
Sure,
administration's perspective
sure,
is.
administration.
I think the timing is probably one aspect. A motion to this particular report would provide the opportunity to have like a more specific and more detailed report on this particular program, the options, and having a very specific ride transit report. But I agree, this work would take place anyway. It would happen as a part of the broader, more holistic funding pressures that are across the city as a whole. I would see this as complementing that, but would absolutely need to be a piece of the broader picture.
Sure. Okay, and then I guess just flipping back, can I still to the chair, can I just ask a broader question?
Yes, of course.
Councillor Jan's kind of touched on it, but I just wanted to elaborate a little bit because one of the things I've been struggling with is we're not back at revenue or ridership levels from 2019, but we have had significant population increase. And so what that tells me is not only have we lost riders from our pre-pandemic population, that we're also our new Edmontonians not choosing to take transit. I'm just trying to get a sense of do we have any context on that picture?
Yeah, Councillor, I think it comes back to that point that Councillor Jans was making around LRT ridership that we've shared. So our bus ridership did fully recover last year, and we're actually now above in our bus ridership where we were in 2019. Or around that. So in 2019, I do have the full numbers now to answer Councillor Jan. So our 2019 total ridership was 55 million. Of that, about 39.5 was bus and 15.6 was LRT. And where we are today, where total ridership is around 53.5 million, bus is 38.8, so very close to that 39, and LRT is 14.7. So it's really that LRT ridership that is behind. Yeah.
But my point, sorry, Ms. Hunt McDonald, but I think my point is even with those raw numbers, if you factor in that we've added 100,000 new Edmontonians, we're actually still not seeing that number has increased beyond 2019. So have we actually recovered?
Yeah, so our research indicates people are taking, the frequency of trips has changed. I don't think it's a person number change per se. So riders, because the way ridership is measured.
I see what you're saying. So it's the same total number of people, but they're not necessarily taking it Monday to Friday every day.
Exactly. So ridership is about the linked trips. And what we're seeing is when we individually ask people for their behaviors and look at their behaviors, they're choosing fewer trips than they did pre-pandemic in some categories. So that's a contributing factor.
Okay. And so in my last 30 seconds, I just want to say, when you say the eligibility criteria in here, Councillor Salvador, can you elaborate? Because I'm really concerned about, we know there's a need and increasing that threshold is concerning to me.
Yeah, thanks so much, Councillor Rutherford. I actually share those concerns as well, and I think the way that I envision this coming back, and the reason I worded it as implications of those changes, is because I think we are seeing increased need, and I don't necessarily think we should be undercutting that. I think that the inclusion of an option to actually increase program funding within this motion was a really important part of that. So yeah, I think it will give us an opportunity to know what the consequences of changing eligibility criteria and changing fares could be. So it just allows for some transparency about, again, what the consequences of toggling those variables would be. So I share your concern. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I am a little bit curious. When's the last time we raised our bus fare?
You're testing my memory. I think it was probably 2 or 3 years ago, but we can confirm that for you.
Yeah. That was in preparation, I believe, for the ARC card rollout, because the ARC card has a much lower fare. Is that correct?
So to support people transitioning, we did price adjustments, you're right. So the per trip price using an ARC card was priced differently than if you're paying cash fares. That's correct.
Right. So what I'm curious about is when it comes to the Ride Transit program and looking for alternate funding, have we thought about a marginal increase on the ARC fare in order to cover that gap?
So we have a price change coming up in February across those categories baked into the revenue budget. Sarah and I have talked about overall fare performance looking at all the categories with a lens of should we be making further adjustments beyond what's going to happen in February.
Right.
So that review is underway for sure, and we could factor that into this work if
Okay,
you'd like.
so that elasticity of fare conversation, as we raise prices, we see a drop in ridership, but usually that is because of an impact to lower income folks, which would not be the situation here. So I'm wondering how we determine that, given our unique pricing tiers.
Yeah, when we do fare modeling, we have an elasticity factored in. So when we increase or decrease prices, we see the impact on ridership. Right now, we have a elasticity that applies the same across all fare products, and this is something we've talked about evolving because, as you wisely note, that there's different elasticity for different groups. So, for example, low-income riders might not be able to pay a higher price, and we may lose them at it, or their ridership patterns may change differently than other groups. So.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if Edmontonians would prefer to see maybe a marginal increase in the base fare rather than putting it onto the Ride Transit program for the people who need those low prices the most.
So we did that engagement, and you're spot on. So that's exactly what we heard from Edmontonians when we did our fare policy redesign. So we did focus groups and surveys at the time. People said move to a needs-based approach. Help those who need the most help, and we will pay a little bit more in order to accommodate that. And I know Mark's on the line. He actually led that research. I'm not sure, Mark, if you want to add anything.
No, I think you covered it.
Okay, and because I believe that people generally understand that because our fares have been fairly static with a marginal one-time increase over the past 7 years, with inflation and the cost of operating things, I think people understand. If it's a quarter more per trip and it's still capped per month, that's probably okay. I think there'd be an understanding in the public about that. Is that sort of, do I have that right?
I think we could explore that for sure. The other opportunity in the fare policy is our seniors monthly pass doesn't match the percentage discount that was approved by council in the fare policy. Okay. So I think that broader perspective of looking at all of the pricing across all categories, we could factor that into this follow-up and show you where we think there may be opportunities to make some tweaks, and then it would be there for you to assess.
Right. Okay, and then another aspect of this, and it's not a huge problem as far as I understand, but it's still a place to find pennies, is, sometimes not intentional or just because people are in a rush or whatever, the fare evasion isn't really happening with low-income folks. It's happening with folks who are just I just want to get to work, this tap isn't working, or I couldn't be bothered to pull out my card today.
So I know we have our community standards support here as well. I'll just say we've increased the number of randomized fare inspections. We know that our fare evasion rate is hovering around 5%. They've increased the number of inspections. We've added more signage. We have audio reminders as well, reminding people of the proof of payment requirements, and totally appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, and we've got actions underway.
I'm out of time, but that was leading into my next question. If the chair will indulge me for another round.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Sure, so very quickly, looking just on the LRT ridership again, the delta between before and now is about 900,000 LRT trips a year. My napkin math says if those are round trips, that, so divide by 2, 52 weeks a year, 7 days a week. Roughly what we're missing is approximately 1,236 trips. That's it. And we would be caught up to last year. And when you look at how many employees in the government of Alberta, the federal government, the city, corporations, etc., are all work from home more often, those are fairly easy numbers to catch up. That's 1 or 2 employers asking more folks to come in. So that's 1 or 2 businesses located downtown. So that's really not that bad. So I think if there's a way to frame our future messaging around LRT recovery with a little more, like the raw tells the story better. I'm also wondering, I love this. I love this motion, but is it possible to also put this into the context of a property tax grid? For instance, if you raise property taxes 1% on a property, the average property, it might be an increase of, say, for sake of easy math, like $20 a month. What would that mean to a transit rider? Like, how many is that? If we raise transit by $1, is that effectively penalizing them a 1% property tax increase or something too? Like, we know that we have 49,000 houses in need. We know, or housing need. We know that we have 37% of the city are renters. They may not see the property taxes as directly as others. But I think that effectively, if we raise transit too much, it could be the effect of like a 17% property tax increase on another individual, depending on like what the.
Yeah, so I think what you're describing, if I understand you correctly, is our fare elasticity work and related calculations. And I would love, in that follow-up, whatever format this takes, we can share more details about overall how the sector calculates fare elasticity, look at individual rider groups, and because there is some research out of Victoria as an example, Todd Lippman's work showing different elasticity factors for different rider groups that I think would be an important part of what you just described.
I'm also just trying to tie it back to the property tax piece though, because I think some people say, okay, well if we lowered property tax by 1%, what does that mean for a transit ridership? It would mean their fares would have to increase $1.75 or something like that, whatever the math is. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm just pulling numbers. These are not quotes.
Yeah, I think we could work with our colleagues in finance and assessment and tax to understand that and try to get at that, Councillor Jans.
Like user fees disproportionately are way more regressive and way more painful for the majority of folks than people realize is what I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
let us
across.
work with finance on
Sure.
it. We have, a revenue policy for the city. Our fare policy is very complementary to that. We have core principles in the fare policy that support equity, affordability, those types of components. And to be fair to a lot of our riders, that was established in 2019. And I think it's a great opportunity to do a bit of a
5 years later.
re-communication
Yeah.
of what the intent was around all of those pieces.
Okay, yeah, no, other than that, nothing else to share. Support the motion, and I'll turn my mic off. Thanks.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Do we want to go back to attachment 4?
Yes,
Okay.
I apologize because I answered it incorrectly, and Sarah can explain it much better than I.
I'll try.
Okay.
So you're correct, the proportions have changed. That doesn't mean those groups you've noted have decreased. The volumes for all of those categories have generally increased the total numbers. It's just that some categories have grown a lot. For example, the Ukrainian visa authorization piece has grown the numbers, and so that shifts the proportions of those other groups.
Okay, understand that then. But I'm also wondering, we offer the free pass to seniors whose incomes are, at the 30,000 or something mark. Yet those on AISH are making just over 20,000. Why don't we offer free?
I can explain it.
Okay.
So when we did the fare policy redesign, there was an intentional decision made with council that we would raise the price point for the non-low income seniors passes, that
Okay.
it could then pay for the subsidy to provide those low income seniors with the fare-free pass. The thinking being that if you're a senior in that category, your income status is not likely to change. With the AISH, so AISH is a component of income support, a provincial program. And when I look at the guidelines on the provincial program, it says that they will pay the actual cost of a transit pass each month. So they're provided with kind of that.
So they can recover or offset
Exactly.
that extra cost. Okay,
Yeah, the
okay.
government is essentially buying the pass for the income support participants using our program.
Okay, okay, so people on AISH and that and income
That was the
supports need to be
distinguishing.
notified or made aware that that can be offset by the province.
No, they know. So they receive their income support benefit, and it's factored into that benefit they receive, that because they're in the Ride Transit program, the GOA is paying the $35 pass.
If
for
they
them
and their
each month.
caseworker know that that is that they buy a transit pass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly,
Okay,
exactly. It's
okay.
part of the program.
And then I'm just wondering, in that analysis for this motion, will we be looking at if somebody takes transit right now 2 days a week to come into the office and it changes over to 3 days a week, will that sort of be factored into your analysis? I mean, I just did some quick calculations. If somebody was coming into the office twice a week at $375, that's $60 a month, about. And if they bumped it up to 3 days a week, then it would work out to about $90 a month.
Yeah, I think looking at ridership patterns, rider behaviors, the different type of fare products we have, we're also contemplating adding another category to ARC, which would essentially be a multi-day pass.
Okay.
And, you know, how do we factor in price points? So exactly.
And I thought that was in one of our other reports as well,
Exactly.
for visitors touring the city and that.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And then, are there any jurisdictions where public transit makes money?
I think generally across North America, at least, excluding other parts of the world, that public transit has a subsidy from property tax, and it's partly paid by user fees and partly paid by other sources like property tax, grants, et cetera.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. So we had a really interesting idea come before council last late summer, I think it was, the transit assistance program. It came to council as an unfunded package, was not selected, a big effort to keep costs down. But that was one option, I think, of engaging with people and helping the wayfind, but also that very, very subtle social pressure would also encourage people to understand how to tap on, tap off, and therefore increase revenues. So is that something that administration still thinks is viable as an option if it were to be put forward?
Yeah, I think it was presented as a potential service package in the fall supplemental budget last year, the station attendant program, and there are, we think, a lot of benefits in terms of helping riders with that kind of customer service, wayfinding, learning how to use the service, and also faring. But we recognize, there's a lot of different competing priorities. But if council wishes to bring it back, we could revisit that work.
Station attendant program,
Station
or as
attendants.
I call it, human fare gates. But what I'm wondering about is how would that work in conjunction with sort of the eyes on the platforms, eyes at the station, and how that would mesh in with transit security?
Very complementary. So we know through research, more proactive presence out there. So one of the unfortunate parts of the security guard contract is they're using cell phones to report in to our control center. So people think they're playing Candy Crush on their phone, but they're actually interacting with our control center, reporting things proactively.
Right.
So these two elements would work well together. We could even look at making adjustments to the security guard contract to be intentional about so there's multiple layers of personnel support in these spaces. They each have very distinct responsibilities and accountabilities and authorities. So I would see this as adding another layer to that framework. So going from 4 layers, let's say, to 5 layers of support within those spaces.
And similar programs have worked successfully in other municipalities.
Absolutely. So Toronto uses this approach, and we know of other Canadian cities as well that have it.
And Calgary is,
Yeah, Calgary started using it, I think, about a year ago. Overall, their security measures that they've put in place have been very, very successful. So they've released some results, and they're seeing a good reduction in disorder on the system because of the measures they have in place.
okay, and presumably that starts to change the narrative because people feel safer and probably are safer.
Agreed.
Transit and stations, and so that 75% on LRT, for example, could bump up. That bumps up revenues, and that
Absolutely.
starts to fill the gap. So that program essentially doesn't just pay for itself, it actually becomes cash positive.
And I'd be happy to follow up with Calgary to get the very specific results, and we could put it in a memo to council sharing their experience, but they're seeing great return on the LRT. I'm not sure if it's resulted in corresponding fare revenue. I'd have to check with them, but I'm sure they'd be willing to share that with us if you'd like it.
Right, well, presumably if we're,
Yeah.
yeah. So, and then, okay, so the other question I have then is, if we have those, like, more eyes on the station, like, do we know why? I mean, we must know why we're not getting that full LRT recovery beyond just maybe different patterns in transit usage due to employment patterns and things like that. But there are narratives out there, and you know, it makes some people kind of wary.
Yeah, for sure. We started doing research with non-riders. So people have changed their minds and no longer use transit. So we have a very comprehensive rider research program. Then we have this stream for non-riders. One of the 4 reasons why people stopped using transit, one of them is related to safety and security and the perceptions that they have around it. So I agree with you. I think it would be impactful as we make further improvements on safety and security. We'll see some of those riders feel more comfortable using it.
Yeah, so in context of this motion, there are actually multiple avenues that you can explore and bring back to council. And some of them may be an initial outlay of money, but over time, and not a lot of time, we find that that outlay ends up becoming at least revenue neutral, I would assume.
For sure. In our last slide, we tried to capture both, like, here's what we think we could do specific to this program, and then here's what we're trying to do overall for fair revenue performance, and we agree with you.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Great, thanks so much, Councillor Paquette. So not seeing any further questions on the board. If there's anyone to speak to this item, I will pause for a second. No? Oh, sure, one more question? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, one more question. I'm hoping that you can explain to me a little bit better the federal government permanent transit funding for municipalities. You know, we have so many names for things, it's hard to keep them all the words. I think I said that one right.
Yes, so it's the Permanent Public Transit Fund from the Government of Canada.
Yeah, and so that's only capital, or?
Yeah, so far the indications are it's focused on capital funding. They have 3 streams of funding within the program. It's going to Treasury Board for formal approval. One of the streams will support renewal activities across the country. And it's a direct allocation based on, we think, population and ridership. The biggest stream is the Metro Region Agreement stream, which is where we form kind of regional collaboration networks, and we're in good shape there, I think. But there's some really strict housing requirements built into the requirements that I think our neighboring municipalities are trying to work through and understand what it means, if they can come to the table or not. And then the third bucket is for smaller, more targeted projects related to things like active transportation and rural transit.
Okay, and the deadline for that?
So yeah, go ahead, Sarah. The program starts in the federal government's budget of 26-27.
Yeah.
We're expecting to get some initial requirements shared with us this fall through an expression of interest. Then the integrated regional plans need to be developed, and the formal submission for that we're hoping would be sometime next fall.
Okay, so if we have things that we should really be taking care of infrastructure-wise, that's a good savings for us to then put into fleet management.
Well, sort of. So the federal program, before they will consider funding anything, they want municipal and provincial funding allocated before they will consider allocating any funding to us.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford, questions or to speak?
Just one more quick question,
Sure.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Just want to confirm for both the overarching kind issues that have been addressed structurally with the ETS revenue and with this motion from Councillor Salvador, will you be engaging with the ETS advisory board?
Yeah, we'd like to actually, this summer, we're hoping to reach out to, we've got a list of about 5 different advisory boards that we want to talk to them about some of our upcoming reports and the work that we have underway. So yes, we will.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And I'll just do one final call for speaking to before I close.
I don't mind speaking to, I'm so sorry. This is my passion.
All good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, this is a great motion. It has echoes of sort of sustainable transit. So I think a lot of the work has already been done there. It just has to be updated. So that's great. You know, look, we're talking about transit revenue. We're talking about fares, things like that, and that's all well and good. And it's a good business exercise and focus. One of the things that has always bothered me is that when it comes to services for Edmontonians, we don't ask EPS to turn a profit. We don't ask fire to turn a profit. We don't ask any of our services, snow removal, nothing to turn a profit. And yet, for transit, we do. And because it's sort of just this accepted thing, it reminds me of the story of the family where the daughter would always cut off the ends of the ham and put it in the oven. And, oh, why do you do that? Well, my mom always did that. But she finds out that the mom always did that because the pan was too small for a full ham. So we do these things out of habit or out of tradition when maybe it's not really the way that we should be going. I don't see that changing anytime soon, but something to consider as we talk about transit shortfalls and things like that and what we depend on for these public services. Councillor Jans made a good point about user pay. And should it be user pay or should it be a general cost that we just agree is part of running a city? We're not going to answer that today. We're not going to answer that with this motion, but it's something to consider going forward and maybe in the way that we speak about these things in the public and the way that we work on our projections and things like that and what we can expect. Now, having said that, of course, we're going to look at ways to rationalize the numbers and get revenue to a point where it doesn't, the transit service doesn't impact the tax rate too much because there are so many needs. There are the needs of the people who ride it, and the needs of the people who require a subsidy to ride it. In fact, everyone does, but some more than others. And there's the need for maintenance and growth. And these things simply don't pay for themselves. So whether you pay for it through the tax rate, whether you get some provincial and federal assistance in that, whether it comes through fares, these are all sort of big questions. But I think sometimes we pick on transit a little too much, expecting more out of it than we're willing to invest. And so I hope that the result of this motion is that when it comes back, we seriously think about what are the important investments that we can make in transit, understanding the massive and positive impact it has on our economy and our social structures. And maybe decide that maybe some minimal investments here and there that would yield great results are going to be allowable and acceptable and understandable by the public if we actually communicate these things appropriately. There are lots of ways that the work of administration and council can be undermined by a poorly chosen word that gets repeated in media and social media. So on that same note, there are lots of ways that these good efforts can be magnified by carefully chosen words that help to illuminate the system, illuminate the work, and leave the public better informed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So before I close, I want to welcome some more guests to Council Chambers. We have Grade 6 class from Academy of King Edward. Another one. Is this right? Are you also? Grade 6 is from King Edward? Yes? Wow, okay. And your counselor is Counselor Jans. Thank you so much for being with us today. And teacher Miss Stevens and Miss Hentz, is that right? Wonderful. Well, thank you for joining us. We're just talking about public transit in our city and one program in particular called the Ride Transit Program that helps support lower income Edmontonians to access transit so they can get around our city and make sure they can get to school and get to work and get groceries and really live a good life. So you're welcome to hang out for a little bit and listen in. Are you doing mock council as well? Have you done it already? You have done it already. What did you discuss? Okay, you were also discussing beehives in backyards. Amazing. What did you decide? Yes or no? Can people, was it a yes-no decision? And what was the result? Yes? Excellent. Okay, good. I know there are a lot of people who are very interested in backyard beekeeping, which is amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for being with us today. A round of applause for these folks, please. Great. Well, I hope you enjoy your time at City Hall. All right. So with that, I will just close on this this motion and just underscore how much value the Ride Transit program is delivering for Edmontonians. This program supports community members who are experiencing low income, helps connect them, as I just said, to work, school, groceries, healthcare, and other daily needs. And we need to get this program to a sustainable place while supporting growing demand. We're facing increasing compounding pressures, and in the long run, I continue to believe that we need support from other orders of government to meet that growing demand. Capital dollars are great, but we do need continued operational support as our recovery continues. In the absence of that, from my perspective, I do think that the most appropriate way to meet that growing demand is to increase program funding so that we aren't compromising access for those who need it most. This motion will allow us to look at all options, but as we carry out this work and look at addressing structural funding issues, it's critical that we remain committed to a needs-based approach. Having convenient, reliable transit, we know is climate action. We know that it's a vehicle for supporting local jobs in our economy, and it's a critical part of building a more equitable and inclusive Edmonton. So I look forward to this coming back and being able to have a more fulsome discussion, but really appreciate the conversation today and would ask for support from my council colleagues. Thanks so much. And you can please vote on this item.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Now, I do have a subsequent. I'm just going to make sure that's in the chat. Great. So I'll move that administration implement item P18, create an online store for ETS souvenirs and merchandise, and P17, enhance ETS fare collection for special events to decrease fare evasion and increase revenues, as outlined in attachment 7 of the April 23rd, 2024 City Council Report, FCS 02361, Revenue Options Public. And just to briefly introduce this one, this is a bit of a follow-up and loop back to a conversation we had last month at SOBA. And this motion is intended to provide just some clear direction around following through on these two particular action items. I would actually describe it as a bit of an oversight on my behalf. I would have moved it at the time, but wanted to make sure that administration does have direction to go forward on this, and I'm realizing that this actually might need to be recommended to council, given that there would be budgetary implications, but someone can ask that question. But yeah, the real intent here is to be able to increase revenues, even if in small ways, to support our overall budget. And in this motion, it would be through the ETS store, but also through, oh my goodness, a ticket surcharge, I believe is the correct terminology, for decreasing fare evasion at special events. So I will leave it there and welcome questions from my council colleagues. I see Councillor Hamilton on the board. Please go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I'll start with that question to the clerk. Does this have to go to council?
It does if there is a budget impact, so I'm looking to Stacy at the moment as to whether, because I believe during SOBA the comment was that this would not be realized this year.
I think what this would maybe do is direct us to do this work, and we'd bring back any budget adjustments before implementing in the fall.
Okay. And I know that the online store piece is a suggestion in that report. One of the pieces of feedback I had was the business plan related to that. For instance, do we do like when you are doing merchandising, you are carrying inventory, but which is a liability, correct?
If I could maybe,
It's an asset until it no longer has value, then it's written down.
Yeah.
the model though we're pursuing potentially for this is the inventory would be owned by the online store vendor, and we would have a revenue agreement with them. So that would potentially reduce the liability.
Okay.
But we need to learn more through some next steps before we can confirm the model.
Yeah, and that was my concern about the model, if this was a licensing conversation, that kind of thing. So maybe to the mover then, this seems to be pretty direct about creating that, but I'm hearing that there might be like a in-between step here. Is that
Yeah, and I'm open to that. If there does need to be sort of an interim check-in point before the actual implementation, very happy to take amendments to that effect.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of what that wording would be. And did we get a clear answer on whether or not this needs to be recommended to council?
So I think I would suggest that because there's no budget impact being realized, it can't be, but if you want to do an interim step, a simple motion, whether it's friendly or not, would be that administration provide a report on the process to implement items.
Okay, okay, that would be my amendment, that administration provide a report on steps to implement items.
Looking around the table, friendly? Yes, that's friendly.
Thank you.
Great. So I have a question on my own motion. So just for clarity, I wanted to just get a public answer around the P17, the enhancing ETS fare collection for special events and decreasing fare evasion and increasing revenues. Can you please just share what exactly that means?
So I think I like the revised wording because it'll give us an opportunity to spell out what those steps would look like. So this proposal, we're working with our colleagues over in Community Services Recreation Branch, specific to events held at Commonwealth Stadium. So simplifying the fare collection process by considering exploring ticketing options for the events. So I don't want to speak for them. This is definitely a partnership. So again, I love the revised wording. I think it would give us that opportunity to spell it out for everybody.
Great. Well, no further questions from me, and I'm not seeing anyone else. Oh, maybe I am. Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Thank you. So just with Commonwealth Stadium, it wouldn't be any other events? I guess we already offer park and ride for festivals and things like that, right?
I think we're focused on Commonwealth because it's one of our most challenging locations to do fare collection, considering the number of people who go there for an event and come and leave, whereas we have good options already in place for events in other locations. So that would be our focus for now, and also because the city, of course, runs Commonwealth Stadium, and we can have that direct impact there on the revenue collection, the ticketing price.
Okay.
Unlike other venues, some of the private venues.
And we're looking at Commonwealth because we own that. Like we couldn't connect with OEG, with Rogers Place or anything like that for them to add?
We haven't explored that conversation, but I think we don't have the same challenges at Rogers Place that we do at Commonwealth because the location of Rogers Place being downtown, there's many different ways people get to Rogers Place, and there's also many things people do before and after events, like go to restaurants and other activities downtown before and after an event at Rogers Place, unlike Commonwealth where people go there for the event and leave and go elsewhere in the city. So there's more of a peak in demand of people trying to leave the stadium.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Any further questions or speaking to? No? Great. Well, I'll just close by saying, looking forward to this coming back. Really appreciate Councillor Hamilton's suggestion to have this come back as a report so that we can have a more thorough understanding of what the implementation process would look like for these two items. Thank you so much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Great. Well, we are done. Item 7.1. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks to the delegation. We're moving on to item 7.2, the Municipal Fleet Hydrogen Pilot Project Agreement. So we'll pause for a second to make sure we have the right folks ready to go.
Oh, that's great. Okay, good morning again. I'm still Craig McEwen, acting in the Deputy City Manager role. New delegation, we've got Arjun Sharma, who's the Branch Manager of Fleet and Facility Services, along with Heidi Hicks, who's our Director of Municipal Fleet Maintenance, and Derek Hansen, who's the Director of Transit Fleet Maintenance. And there's a host of colleagues online as well for questions. Really what this report about is seeking committee approval to enter into a single source agreement with a hydrogen provider. And the reason for that is to gain access to a grant from Emissions Reduction Alberta, which would be to pilot dual fuel retrofits on city vehicles. So that's the purpose of today's report. So with that, I will hand it over to the fleet team and walk through in a few slides a bit of details around that.
Next slide. Good morning. The City of Edmonton's energy transition strategy and climate adaptation strategy detail a roadmap to reduce emissions and adapt to a changing climate. These plans set out ambitious targets, including carbon neutral city by 2050 and a carbon neutral corporation by 2040. A significant area in which we can move towards these targets are the emissions associated with our fleet and equipment assets. Our green fleet work is currently underway, and we are exploring a wide range of technologies and strategies to lower our carbon footprint today and into the future. This includes looking at vehicle size reduction, introduction of hybrid and other electric vehicle technologies, proof of concepts with hydrogen, as well as exploration of other emerging technologies and alternative fuels. As we explore these technologies, it is important to understand that our carbon reduction efforts must go hand in hand with operational service delivery that we are responsible for as an organization. Our strategy is to consider a wide range of lower emission options and test them with our service delivery partners before making large-scale purchases and deployments of new vehicle and equipment assets. As the City of Edmonton is currently facing significant budget pressures, we are actively seeking opportunities to leverage grant funding and partner with government, industry, and academia to further enhance our understanding of these emerging technologies. I'll hand it over to Derek to talk about the project details.
Thank you. So we wanted to talk about the opportunity in utilizing grant funding to support this work. And with that, highlighting two key themes. The first is the pace of the transition, and the second is information gathering on emerging technologies. And this grant is specific to bringing two mobile hydrogen fueling stations to support our dual fuel and fuel cell pilot projects, perform vehicle analysis with third-party verification, and to ensure compliance and understanding with aspects such as facility and training requirements. The ERA funding for this grant will be for $6.9 million, and the City of Edmonton will contribute existing assets in kind to the total project value. We are not seeking any new funding to advance this project forward. I'll now pass it on to Heidi to talk about some of the partners associated with this grant funding application.
Thank you, Derek. We're really excited for this opportunity, and we will be working with a diverse group of partners such as the University of Alberta and the Transition Accelerator, including our regional partners in Strathcona and Sturgeon County, and our technical providers such as Edmonton-based Diesel Tech Industries and Hyzon Motors, as well as Azola Hydrogen. We also have letters of support from the City of Calgary, Grand Prairie, Fort Saskatchewan, and the University of Alberta, and I have committed to sharing of information on projects occurring with emergency technologies. Of course, collaboration and integration are key driving principles for us as we move forward, and we will be sharing and providing insights and learnings to these key stakeholders and partners in this project. I will now pass it back to Arjun to close.
In conclusion, the goal of this project is to explore hydrogen vehicle technologies while gathering valuable data to support decision-making for lower emission vehicles in the future. We believe that this project will provide significant value for the City of Edmonton as we move towards our climate targets. We are asking committee to approve the terms of the agreement in Attachment 1 so we are able to meet the grant obligations and begin this project. All other agreements are within administration's delegated authority. The terms of the attachment should be kept in private pursuant to Section 25 and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. That's our presentation, and we're open to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. Just see if anyone's on the board. I'll start. Yeah, so just wanted some clarity on budget implications here. So yeah, city's contribution of the 20.6 million. My understanding is the 2.7 million contribution that's already been budgeted for as part of the emissions neutral fleet. Was it fleet and facilities? I don't know, but as part of the 4-year budget, correct?
Correct. Yes, this is not an ask for new dollars.
Yeah.
That is funded as a part of the zero emission vehicle profile.
Great, great. And I'm just looking for a bit of a breakdown of the 17.9 million in kind contribution. Can you help me understand what makes up that 17.9 mil?
A large percentage of that is existing infrastructure assets that we have in the City of Edmonton, including the time that we will be spending on the project, but also the vehicles that we are contributing for this dual fuel technology. As you know, our buses and garbage trucks and other vehicles cost a substantial amount of money, and we are using those assets and leveraging the in-kind value associated with the ownership of those assets.
Great, great. Thank you. And a bit of a forward-looking question. So, of course, I'm confident there's going to be some good learnings and data that come from this project that can support future decisions and conversations. How will that be making its way back to us and some of our partners? I'm assuming there will be sort of a report, presentations. Can you help me understand what that'll look like and how we'll communicate those learnings?
So that's something that we can look at as administration is following up with either committee or council with updates as to our learnings in zero emission vehicles and lower emission vehicles. Currently that is not slated or scheduled, but we can work in the background to make sure that that's a possibility.
Great, yeah, I would love to have some even interim updates as that work progresses. Thank you so much. And I'm not seeing any other questions. Would someone like to move the recommendation on this?
I'll move the recommendation. I'll read it in. That the agreement between the City of Edmonton and Azola Hydrogen, as outlined in Attachment 1 of the May 23rd City Operations Report, be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. And 2, that Attachment 1 of the May 23rd, 2024 City Operations Report remain private pursuant to Sections 25 and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And I will just say that this is really fascinating. It's great to see new technology be piloted. and here in Alberta, and a great opportunity to use grant funding and keep something off the tax levy. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Not seeing anyone else on the board to speak to this. Would you like to speak again, Councillor Hamilton? Great, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Thank you so much. All right, so our next item is 7.3, but it is time specific for 1:30, and that's the Hangar 14 listing disposition update. So I guess we can recess until then. Thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you at 1:30. Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton? Okay, not with us quite yet. Councillor Jans?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here and the mayor is away, but we're also joined by Councillor Stevenson. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Rutherford. Oh.
Hello.
Hi there. I see Councillor Principe is also online.
Hello.
Hi there. And Councillor Hamilton is joining us now.
Hi.
Great. Perfect. So we're now on to item 7.3, the Hangar 14 listing disposition update. And I know that we have a number of requests to speak for this item. So before we go to speakers, I'm just going to read a few things off here just to help outline the process. So for our speakers, for each item, administration may provide some opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chambers. The timer light on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. And I'm also just going to set a few expectations for public speakers and for all of us. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment for the workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, I have the responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as the chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure Chamber's behavior are maintained and support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. All right, so we can, administration's already down here and ready to go. So we'll turn it over to administration for presentation before we go to speakers.
Thank you very much, and we do have a short presentation today. So good afternoon, members of Executive Committee. I'm Bartosz Strachey, the Acting Branch Manager for the Real Estate Team. I'm joined today by Royce Carey, who's our Property Sales Supervisor, as well as Kimberly Thurston on our legal side, and also Pascal Ladouceur, who's on her way as well. We're here to provide you information further to Council's motion from July 4th, 2022 about the sale of Hangar 14. Next slide, please. Hangar 14 is located on the southwest side of Blatchford and has both provincial and municipal historic designations. The building was built in 1942, and the Alberta Aviation Museum Association has occupied it since 1992. The current lease expires May 1st, 2028, with 2 extensions. Administration identified this property through our asset rationalization work, which looks at city-owned buildings and other infrastructure that is surplus to our needs or that will require substantial investment to maintain or rehabilitate. On July 4th, 2022, Council made a motion for administration to implement a disposition strategy that would sell the building and keep the museum in place. Next slide, please. Since the motion, administration has worked collaboratively with the Alberta Aviation Museum, and I'd like to thank them for taking part in all the work in that regard. And we did this to understand their long-term requirements and strategic plan. Their requirement was integrated into our marketing material for the sale of the property, and they also helped support review that listing before it went out. The listing for Hangar 14 went out to the public on October 2023 and remained open for submissions until February of 2024. Next slide, please. Based on the motion, the listing specifically asked proponents to identify how they would incorporate the Aviation Museum within their redevelopment plan while preserving the building and reactivating the site. This slide outlines some of the key information that was requested in the listing of the Hangar 14, including a cursory development plan, capital renewal plan, and past work related to heritage rehabilitation projects. Next slide, please. The public listing was posted on the City of Edmonton property sales website, and an email campaign was sent out to more than 5,800 various brokers, developers, and individuals. Out of that, 10 inquiries were received, and only 3 groups submitted formal offers. The private attachments to this report provide council with the information that administration received from each proponent, as well as a summary of the adherence to the submission requirements. At this time, administration has not started negotiations with any party in order to allow council the opportunity to review the full offers and have administration provide answers to any questions that arise. This also provides an opportunity for any speakers to weigh in. With this in mind, administration has not included a recommendation. However, there are motions prepared in the event that council decides to direct administration to commence negotiations with a specific party. Alternatively, if no further direction is provided by council via a motion and the report is received for information, administration will proceed to relist the property, removing specific requirements to retain the Aviation Museum as per the initial council motion that was made that led to this report. Next slide, please. That's our presentation. We're happy to take any questions after the speakers.
Great, thank you so much for the presentation. So we'll now move on to public speakers. And I understand the order might have shifted a little bit here, but first up I have Jennifer, followed by, and I'll just go through the order. So I have Jennifer, followed by David, Jean, Ryan, and David. Is that, okay, great. Looks like we're in order. So Jennifer, we'll go over to you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Forsyth, and I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the Alberta Museums Association. I'm honored to be here today to speak about the value of museums and the important role that the Alberta Aviation Museum plays in Edmonton. Hangar 14 has been an integral part of Edmonton's social, cultural, and educational fabric since World War II, housing the Alberta Aviation Museum since 1992. Museums play a crucial role in society. They are not only repositories of our collective history, but also centers for education, community engagement, and tourism. Museums like the Alberta Aviation Museum are valuable because they help us make sense of the world around us. The museum's presence in Hangar 14 connects us to the legacy of Blatchford Field and the broader narrative of Canadian aviation. Losing this museum would mean losing our connections to a key part of our city's identity and an important educational and tourism resource for current and future Edmontonians. The Alberta Aviation Museum has been accredited through the AMA's Recognized Museum program since 2014. To receive accreditation as a recognized museum, an institution must demonstrate its commitment to public trust and service by showing that they meet the AMA's member-approved definition of a museum and that they operate according to certain international standards of museum best practice. The AMA's Recognized Museum program allows museum visitors and supporters to find, enjoy, and contribute to institutions where the visitor is top priority. The Alberta Aviation Museum is an admirable example of a museum where the community is centered, and it affirms the notion that museums can give people a sense of belonging and membership. The volunteer program at the museum is thriving, and it provides a space where aviation enthusiasts, veterans, and community members can come together to learn from each other and to inspire future generations. The museum's volunteer program intersects with their educational program, where they offer a summer youth volunteer program and school programs throughout the year. We know that Canadians look to museums as places that spark curiosity, provoke wonder, and promote creativity. Museums, like the Alberta Aviation Museum, provide an environment where Edmontonians can connect and learn something new about our city through an immersive and engaging encounter with history. Hangar 14 is the only space within the city where the Aviation Museum can fulfill its mission and ensure a vital piece of our aviation history remains in active use. Now, more than ever, is a critical time to ensure that museums have adequate funding to ensure their financial sustainability. A 2019 study commissioned by the Ottawa Declaration Group Working Group, co-led by Library and Archives Canada and the Canadian Museums Association, found that museums contribute millions to the Canadian economy as well as to societal well-being. For every dollar invested in museums, Canadian society gets nearly $4 in benefit, a return that is on par with government investment in transportation infrastructure projects. I respectfully request that the City Council prioritize the preservation of the museum within Hangar 14 and support the Alberta Aviation Museum's efforts to remain a cornerstone of Edmonton's heritage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move to our next speaker, David.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Councillor, committee members. I'm David Ridley, Executive Director of the Edmonton Heritage Council. The Edmonton Heritage Council is supportive of the Alberta Aviation Museum's interest in the ownership and maintenance of Hangar 14, recognizing, as was in the opening presentation, the specific negotiations and subject to those negotiations with the City of Edmonton still need to be accomplished. As an important designated provincial and municipal historic place, Hangar 14 is well suited for the continuing operations of the Aviation Museum, both in relationship to Blatchford Field and its historic being through the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan, Gateway to the North, but I think also in the present and future of Blatchford as a community and residential community that will be adjacent to a significant and major Edmonton cultural heritage institution. Currently, the Aviation Museum receives less than 20% of its annual funding through the City of Edmonton-funded EHC-administered Heritage Community Investment Program, and that amount in 2024 is just under $200,000. I point this out because it means the Aviation Museum has been very successful in developing other sources of revenue to continue and grow its operations since the closure of City Centre Airport in 2013. And I'd also point out that this amount through HSIP does not contribute to any capital costs, which understandably this is what the situation here today is facing. And just for context, that amount within the Heritage Community Investment Program is about a fifth of the entire grants envelope that the EHC administers on behalf of the city. So as you know, the closure of the City Centre Airport in 2013 was a significant challenge to the museum's operations and its reliance and need for revenue generated through flying events and air shows. But I want to note, and we've been around the table in that time, in the 10 years since airport closure, the museum has demonstrated its ability to adapt and has greatly strengthened, I'd say, its governance, operations, and programs within Hangar 14. And that has happened with the additional support from the City of Edmonton. The museum is among the largest and most significant of non-governmental museums in Edmonton and in the province. And in the view of the Edmonton Heritage Council, a specific, subject to negotiations and a specific arrangement and accommodation for the transfer of Hangar 14 would show the continuing support and leadership of the City of Edmonton. And although of a different arrangement in nature, not dissimilar to the support the city has shown to organizations of a different type, but Fort Edmonton Park, the TELUS World of Science, and for example, more recently, the Citadel Theatre. So we think the Aviation Museum is ideally suited to take this on, both in its current development and where it is as an organization, and as well as all the connections that it has to that particular designated important provincial heritage building. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And we can move on to our next speaker. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the Alberta Aviation Museum. I'm Jean Lozon, the Executive Director of the Alberta Aviation Museum. The museum is a non-profit group that stands as a beacon that exists to boldly share Edmonton's aviation stories and shining a light on our city's pivotal role as a gateway to Northern Alberta and beyond. Next slide. Aviation is ingrained in Edmonton's historic identity, earning us the title Gateway to the North, or, if you can imagine it from the northern perspective, Gateway from the North. Our museum strives to honor this legacy by preserving Edmonton's aviation heritage and serving as a dynamic community partner. We aim to provide a vibrant visitor experience and sharing the stories of those who shaped our city through aviation. Next slide. From its humble beginnings in the mid-1960s, our journey has been one of perseverance, dedication, and determination. Despite facing numerous challenges, we've continued to push forward, supported by our community, volunteers, donors, stakeholders, and of course, the city. Today, I am proud to say that the Alberta Aviation Museum stands today as a thriving institution, contributing to Edmonton's cultural tapestry, a tourism destination, and inspiring future generations into the world of aviation. Next slide, please. Our success is evident in our visitor numbers, which have not only recovered but surpassed pre-pandemic levels. Last year alone, we welcomed over 26,000 guests from across the globe. But we're more than just a museum. We're a community hub, an educational resource, and a cultural landmark. Next slide, please. Our reputation is well regarded, and we are respected both locally and nationally. Our home, Hangar 14, has received provincial and municipal heritage status, highlighting our significant cultural and historical value. Our success is a testament to the hard work and dedication of our community, volunteers, donors, stakeholders, and small staff, as well as the support that we have received from the city over the number of years. Next slide, please. Our partnerships are integral to our mission, with collaborations spanning over 50 organizations, including youth groups, military organizations, cadet units, youth services, social service groups, educational institutions, aviation organizations, and many more. 7 of these such groups are yearly tenants that provide additional growth of not only the organizations themselves, but of the museum. These partnerships enrich our programming and expand our outreach throughout the community. Next slide, please. Education lies at the heart of our mission, with over 105 schools accessing education through programs like our Theory of Flight. We offer hands-on learning experiences to students, fostering a deeper understanding of aviation. Additionally, our recent participation in the Canoe program, welcoming new Canadians, providing a space for learning and cultural exchange. Next slide, please. Since 2019, the Alberta Aviation Museum has been extremely focused and committed to working strategically on becoming a sustainable museum, with increased focus on programming opportunities for visitors and those revenues showing by tripling. Revitalizing new marketing initiatives has created an increase in awareness of the many offerings available at the museum. With revenues growing each year and positive net results, the organization is well on its way to a bright and stable future ahead. Next slide, please. Furthermore, our museum aligns with several key initiatives outlined in the Edmonton City Plan created in 2020. We utilize art and heritage interpretation to tell Edmonton's story, provide gathering spaces for Indigenous cultural practices, and promote public education on heritage preservation. The Alberta Aviation Museum is not just a museum, it's a community of communities. We are deeply grateful for the support we've received from the city and look forward to continuing our mission of preserving Edmonton's aviation heritage and fostering a sense of belonging and pride within our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll go to Ryan. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I'm the curator at the Alberta Aviation Museum, and I'd like to provide a refresher on the technical studies that were conducted on Hangar 14. These studies were crucial in understanding the building's condition, necessary interventions, and future requirements to ensure its preservation and functionality. Two studies conducted in 2017 outlined a modest investment to address the building's needs, followed by an engineering study in 2019, which informed the main document. Actually, you can go to the next slide, please. The main document is the Hangar 14 investment study. Next slide. There we go. So it's that investment study that guided administration's decision to recommend divesting the hangar. So during the last 2 years since the decision was made, the museum has consulted with numerous architects and engineers to better understand the condition of Hangar 14. Most recently, we've had talks with Henninger out of Sherwood Park, who are experts in the maintenance and repair of Warren Truss hangars exactly like ours. They're the ones contracted by the Department of Defense to do the renewal of HMCS Nonsuch, and they did an excellent job of it. Their preliminary findings are that the building is in much better condition than the BP Tech report suggests, and that monitoring and repairs are certainly feasible in our hangar. Next slide. So focusing on the investment study that informed Council's decision, you'll recall that the terms of reference called for 4 options to encompass 20 and 40-year life cycle periods, including rehabilitation, with an aim for a reduction in greenhouse gases of between 50 and 100%. The findings and recommendations were based on an in-person visual inspection. No specific testing was conducted on the roof trusses to understand their current deflection and deformation rates. And although the options run for 20 or more years, there is an alarming caveat that within 5 years, rehabilitation will be critical for major repairs, including the roof trusses, heating, and electrical systems. So during the 2 years since this decision, the furnace is set to be resolved within the next few months. We have a new furnace. That new furnace will reduce greenhouse gases by about 40%. We've been consulting with MCW Hemisphere to understand the building's electrical shortcomings, so that work is underway in the early stages and will progress if transfer takes place. Next slide, please. So the study presents some alarming numbers. Option 1A calls for a $23 million investment over 20 years, although this number was consistently reported as $40 million. That's a pretty high number, but the report contains a number of errors, areas of wiggle room, and areas to work on. So for instance, the study estimated that annual maintenance runs from $277,000 to $355,000, but administration's reports indicate that the current spend is only $20,000 to $50,000 per year. A lot of the cost is either not needed or certainly not needed anytime soon, including $1 million for flexible pavement, roof replacement at $6.8 million. The roof was last done in 2004 with a 25-year life and is in very good shape. And that cost is $85 per square foot, which is extremely high. Joint ceiling for $377,000, which is regularly done by our volunteers. $500,000 for lights. All our lights are modern and have already been replaced. $1 million for transformers, which we've heard that EPCOR may replace. $250,000 for carpets, and we don't have any carpets in the museum. So I bring this up not to argue with administration, but as a way of helping chart a path forward. Under the current lease agreement, which City Council passed unanimously in 2018, the city is responsible for all major maintenance to the building. We've been wanting to paint the outside of the building for several years now, but as a tenant, we're currently not allowed to, as this job must be completed by city staff. However, if the museum took ownership of the hangar, this type of work is relatively easy work for us. And granted, it's a very big hangar, it's not a weekend job, but it's certainly stuff that we can do ourselves. Next slide. We have a long history of rolling up our sleeves and getting exactly this type of work done. When the museum and other groups moved into Hangar 14 under the first lease, the hangar was in very rough shape. Next slide. Our volunteers repaired the cedar shingles as needed and refinished the exterior of the building. We patched the exterior, replaced the windows with new but period-appropriate panes. Next slide. Our volunteers ran kilometers of telephone and electrical wire, installed modern alarm systems and video surveillance systems throughout the hangar. Next slide. We, of course, fully renovated all of the offices within the hangar, all of the galleries. Next slide. We installed a fully modern fire suppression system to protect the building, our collection, and most importantly, the people inside. Next slide. And of course, those renovations continued throughout the first 25 years that we were in the building. So here's our first renovation on the washrooms, which I'll revisit later. Next 2 slides. We got the parking lot repaved, the roof done, not to mention countless renovations of offices, washrooms, etc. Next slide. And more recently, with the help of a CFEP grant, we contracted Chandos to rebuild the washrooms in the museum. Next slide. So now they're modern, enclosed, inclusive, gender-neutral spaces. We worked closely with the heritage officers for both the city and the province, and we were able to get this done as it does not affect the character-defining elements of the hangar. And I bring that up because one very complicated aspect of any work done on Hangar 14, whether it be by the city, us, or a developer, is that Hangar 14 carries provincial heritage status. So provincial heritage status is much stricter than municipal, and it's important to realize that a lot of changes that a developer may want to make to the building would almost certainly not be recommended by the Minister of Heritage. So the building or portions of it are legally protected from demolition. You cannot gut the interior and build a building inside the facade. You have to preserve the character-defining elements, including the flat roof, slab concrete floors, exposed framing, and truss connections. I'm good.
Okay, great. And I'm sure there will be questions, so if there's anything else that you wanted to add, we can come back. Thank you so much. And then we'll go to our last speaker, David.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dave Smith. I'm the Vice President of the Alberta Aviation Museum Board of Directors. The museum is the custodian of a collection of uniquely Alberta stories. Next slide, please. We support and interact with many different groups and communities in and around Blatchford. These communities intersect in a significantly historical setting and benefit from the value that the hangar and the museum collection bring. The museum is a meeting place, an event hall, a school, a source of inspiration. Securing the future of the museum is, I believe, a goal we share. The path to preserving that future, however, is narrow. The clarity of ownership is an essential component. Next slide, please. Two of the potential outcomes are problematic. Sale of the museum without the caveat the potential purchaser must continue to provide hangar to the museum. Without that caveat, eviction is inevitable. Commercial ownership with the associated requirement for the museum to pay fair market rent values would bankrupt the museum in short order. Restricted by the limitations of its status, an empty museum is a very vulnerable facility. Next slide, please. Our city's heritage is very valuable, and we must do everything possible to ensure that it is not lost. And I think we've gone one ahead. Sorry, that was the next slide, please. Our volunteers are a value that is easily calculated but is impossible to replace. A community themselves, they strive tirelessly to preserve and enhance the value the museum offers. Next slide. It has been mentioned, the hangar serves a variety of communities. The cost to provide alternate venues to these various elements of the community that use the hangar is much greater than that which we provide now. The city has an opportunity here to avoid jeopardizing the communities and prevent the impact that the loss of access to the hangar would incur. Preserving the museum may not generate value in the sense of revenue from the sale, but precludes destroying the value that the museum and the hangar offer. If the museum is to endure, then the question of ownership has to be resolved. Tenancy under commercial ownership, as mentioned, is not feasible. The museum staff and its board have invested considerable time and effort in developing strategies for success. You've heard of those already. We've enlisted the services of the Hatley Group to guide the changes to governance and structure our planning. We continue to gain insight into the wonder of our building and what is needed to preserve it. We have commissioned a study to help define the fundraising initiatives required to sustain the museum. We recognize that we will need the support of all levels of government going forward. With the commitment that ownership brings, we'll be able to secure that backing and furthermore gain support from private sector. With a clear mandate, the museum will host a variety of activities and support the many groups that use it on a daily basis. What does ownership look like? Option one would be 100% ownership of the museum with Edmonton City support for maintenance. Shared ownership. There's a benefit here in that the city has access to various federal and provincial grants that we don't as a nonprofit. But as the owner, as part owner, we would have access to a variety of different grants and opportunities. Concerns have been directed towards the Warren trusses. We now have expert insight into their condition. It's better than was previously thought, and we have a much better idea of what's required to maintain it. Next slide, please. A legacy of our past, witnessed by the youth of today and the generations to come, will inspire the achievements of tomorrow. Thank you again on behalf of all of us for the opportunity to speak before you today.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your presentations and for being with us today. I'll see if colleagues have questions for our speakers. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you so much for coming today. some clarity, some clarification. I think you talked about this a little bit in your presentation. But what grants, for example, might you have access to? And I think I just want to make intense eye contact with the clerk. We can't talk about sale or anything like that, but I could ask you about that, how ownership structure affects the the grants you're eligible for. Could you elaborate on that a bit?
Some of the grants that are federally offered to heritage organizations, for the most part, if I want to apply for a grant for the museum, I would have to get permission from the city as they are the owner. Some organizations, if it's a city-owned or it's owned by a municipality, they will require the municipality to step forward to do the granting. It's just different grants have different requirements, and as a heritage organization, you have to just go, fill out whatever it is that they will require of you.
Okay.
Some of the provincial ones, for the most part, they will, like the CFEP grant we've applied for, and that's never been an issue. We've just always had to have the permission from council.
Could you, which sounds a little onerous, seeking permission from a governing body every time you want to apply for money? Yeah.
It can be.
Yeah, okay.
It can be. I think that the main part is we would like to have control of our home. Is more of what the whole issue is, but we would need supports. We would like to, if we can't do a partnership, or if we cannot own it, then we would like to partner with the city as a potential partner ownership, whatever that would look like.
I appreciate that. The one of my other questions, so to follow up on the grant question, order of magnitude of these grants, are you talking about $30,000 grants, or is it millions?
It's the $500,000 and up type of grants.
All right.
Typically, I think one of the last ones I reviewed, and I apologize for not remembering the name of the grant, it was between $500,000 and $2.5 million.
Okay, all right, so it's large order of magnitude grants that,
Correct.
relative to your organization size, that you're excluded from or need the city's permission. And then something else that was brought up in your collective presentation today was about, so just to clarify, am I to understand that you think that were the building owned by either yourselves or a third party, the operating and maintenance or the deferred maintenance sort of would come in at a different level or a different standard? Is that my understanding of what you're saying? Or not a different standard, but there'd be, I'm trying to think of the word for it, but a different, I'm totally blanking on the term. Just you wouldn't have to do as much maybe as is being recommended, or a third party owner wouldn't have to do as much.
Yeah, part of the investment study that informed council's decision quoted a very high number of how much was spent on maintenance yearly, but it's only been a tenth of that that's really been spent by council or by the city on maintenance. So there are a lot of deferred maintenance, that need to be done. So it's a little bit hard to judge, but like on a yearly ongoing basis, it actually doesn't need a lot of maintenance. And a lot of the minor / medium maintenance issues are stuff that we can work on ourselves as an organization, either through volunteer support or paying for contractors ourselves. And we have the benefit of, if we hire contractors, we're not charged the same rates as the city hiring the same contractors.
All right. Okay, that's helpful clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Oops, thank you. I'm just wondering, Jean, I think it was slide 8, and you were speaking of the profit, but it got cut off on the bottom. What were those figures on that slide?
Slide 8.
You've got the graphics with the visitors and tours and.
Yes, actually, the profit for 2022 was just over 98,000, 98,714, and then for last year it was 37,380, I believe, or 360.
And why that difference of $60,000?
A lot of the money that the board had chosen to actually invest in the building, so we took some of our earnings to apply to the washroom renovation, so.
okay.
Because it did go over budget, so.
Okay, so just general expenses, I
Oh,
guess.
yes,
Okay,
sorry.
okay, awesome. And then just further follow up on Councillor Hamilton's question about the grants. So you need to get permission from the city right now, but are there other grants even available that you can't access even if you were to get permission from the city? Like, are there bigger ones? Or you haven't investigated that?
I haven't investigated that far. So far, what I have found as a nonprofit charitable organization, we can apply for a lot of different grants. The Canada Cultural Spaces Grant, Fund, that we can apply for. But there again, we don't own the building, so we still have to always require the permission of the building owner and go down that road as well.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there are others that if you were to own it outright, that you could apply for.
Actually, Jennifer may have more insight on that.
Okay.
So museums in Alberta are primarily funded through municipal sources. That is the primary source of funding for most museums in Alberta. However, funding is available at municipal, provincial, and federal levels. A lot of those funds are matching funds. So there's multiple grant streams available for different things. And I would recommend that all grant categories should be thought about because project grants may impact use of funds for the organization so that other funds can be allocated towards renovations or things like that.
Double up and triple up?
There are also streams within both the provincial and federal governments that can be advocated for if there is support at the municipal or provincial levels in infrastructure dollars. So often infrastructure dollars at the provincial level are allocated based on an organization's need to expand or grow their space. And that changes from year to year, so they're not necessarily grants, but working with governments to build that. Having the support of the council would really show to both the provincial and federal governments that this is an asset worth keeping and that it would make it much easier for the museum to advocate at those levels.
And not all museums are in a historically significant building either, right?
No.
So, I mean, there would be other potential grants
and
that
like
available
this is
on
a
that
very
line.
unique situation that I think both provincial and federal governments would be in support of. And I think Jean can probably state that there has been some conversations about that and an interest in supporting continuing this museum.
And what about private philanthropists? Would that be an option then, where it isn't an option with the city owning it, or?
It is. Okay. The problem with what we're finding right now, especially with everything kind of being in limbo, is that no one wants to put forward any big dollars when they're not sure if the museum's still going to be in the hangar 5 years or even 10 years down the road. Yeah, whereas if we can stand there and say, no, we own the building or the property, this is what we're doing and we're moving forward, people are more apt to invest into it, especially if they know that we have other multiple levels of government involved as well. We're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. So they're more willing to open their pockets.
Okay, and so that does open up options for you. Okay, I think that I was going to see if Ryan if he wants to use my last 24 seconds to finish what he was saying.
No, I'm good.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Maybe just to follow up on that, I was just looking for a little bit more elaboration on some of those, I guess, preliminary conversations that you have had with provincial or federal partners. Do you have any more that you can share?
At this point in time, we have approached a multiple of MLAs and their chief of staffs and discussed of what we're trying to accomplish here today. And many of them have been very open to, well, if we can get all levels of government involved in this, then this should not be a hard issue to move forward. I did receive a letter through the city clerk's office regarding reaching out to David Link, the Heritage Minister's office, to have a potential opportunity to put or be added to the 2025 capital budget for the province. So we are looking at that avenue as well.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that, and really good to hear that those conversations are happening. I think the remainder of my questions will be for in private, but I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here today. You know, your presentation was really comprehensive and I think touched on a number of important points I just wanted to bring out again. So right now, you have a very active volunteer group, a very capable volunteer group in terms of having skills in different trades, but right now you're restricted from using them for building maintenance. Is that the case? So again, painting the outside of the building, for example.
Yeah, so under the current lease, you know, any renovations that we do that are museum related, so we renovated the front desk, you know, any office spaces, you know, we can do that ourselves, but the exterior of the building must be done by, you know, unionized staff, so it has to go through the whole process of, you know, getting paid for by the city. So we can't even just go and slap some paint up, which we would very much like to do.
And then just in terms of, you know, it was sort of referenced you know, the challenge of having to pay rent, for example. And, you know, often rent is designed to cover some of the building maintenance needs, the capital needs, but I would imagine that it's harder to get operating dollars to pay rent than it is potentially to get grant funding to pay for capital. Is that true?
Very much so. To get capital dollars, it's not that I'm saying it's really easy and you can go get it, but when people put money into anything, either just as a donation or the government, they would much rather have their name in lights or a building as opposed to turning a light bulb on. So yes, very much so.
Yeah, okay. And so even if those financial amounts are roughly equivalent, they have very different implications in terms of how you generate the funds to cover it. Okay, great. And then you did also mention in terms of you've had some preliminary conversations, it sounds like, around donations. Just wanting to understand your thoughts about opportunities for that side of things with donations, gaining the support of the community.
Are you referring to like the community itself or
just with fundraising? Is that an area that the museum is actively exploring?
We have hired Ray Marshall from MCR Strategic Fundraising. His company is currently producing a feasibility study, so that should be finished by the end of August, because we want to know exactly how much and what it's going to take for us to raise upwards of 25 million if we're going to go down this path. It's very much, as Ray has said, there is money in Edmonton. It's just you have to find it and make sure that you can make that connection to it. So
yeah. One last thing I wanted to touch on, just to get your thoughts. So I think one of the challenges with it remaining a city asset is that we do have building standards in terms of energy efficiency, and that, you know, adds cost. At the same time, you know, environmental sustainability is important to us. I think it has operating cost benefits. You know, it's in Blatchford, which again, we're really designing as a sustainable community. So, you know, I think the furnace is a good example of something that's, you know, drastically decreased GHG emissions. Just wondering you know, if you've given any thought to what targets or what approach you might like to take in terms of building efficiency and sustainability.
I know several conversations have been had. We would really like to, and there's been a very strong interest in bringing solar. We have a very large building, and I'm not saying we should cover the entire roof in solar panels, but that's a lot of real estate that there can be some advantage in using some of it. So solar has been brought up numerous times, as well as electrical charging stations. I know that at some point we will be replacing windows, or the windows will need to be replaced. So more energy efficient items throughout the building is something that's also on the table to be looked at.
Great.
Can I add to that?
Oh, sure.
The Alberta Museums Association has a toolkit for museums to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And as a recognized institution, the hangar has a access to not only those tools, but to advisory support from the AMA in undertaking that. And those were developed with the Edmonton Corporate Climate Leadership Program.
Okay. Okay, great. I'll come back. I just have one last question. Thank you.
Could I add to that as well, just quickly?
13 seconds, yes.
Of course, we're restricted by the heritage status, but one thing we're also looking into is covered parking stalls in the parking lot, which would also be a way of installing solar, and it wouldn't add to the roof load.
Great. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Salvador. My first question is to Ms. Lazan. I'm just trying to understand, did you say if it is sold to another proponent, that the Alberta Aviation Museum would not be able to be sustainable with the market rental rate?
Correct. At this point, we have been informed that a potential rental cost for us to stay in the hangar, if it was owned by a third party, would be in the range of between $800,000 and $1 million per year. And our budget is 1.1 in total. So there would be no way we would be able to sustain that.
1.1 million a year?
Yes.
For everything, operating costs and rental and everything. Okay.
Everything.
And okay. And okay, and then the potential grant funding from provincial government, no extra information at this time, correct?
No, we've just initiated starting the conversations with the different departments.
All right. My next question to Dave Smith. You had said that if Alberta Aviation Museum were to have ownership, they would still request or require city support for maintenance. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the arrangement that we have in place now, where we rely on, by virtue of the fact that the city owns the building, the city has to provide the maintenance support that we need, as they're currently doing with the furnace project, as an example.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be city support for maintenance. I'm just trying to understand if it would be the full responsibility of the city for maintenance.
No, that's not our intent. We're looking at a partnership there, and whatever support that we would seek would be negotiated in advance.
Okay. All right. I see. And then I want to ask any one of the speakers about the military connection. And, not sure how many folks are aware of the Canadian military really looking for recruits right now, like the importance it is for encouraging recruits. Would you think the museum, in a way, attributes to that by exposing youth to the military and the military history and presence that we have here in Edmonton?
I would say 100%. I mean, it speaks to the thing we were talking about earlier of community of communities. So the museum obviously presents a lot of military history as part of Edmonton's story, but the hangar itself also hosts the Army Cadets, the Air Cadets, veterans groups, civilian search and rescue. So there are a lot of other organizations that all make up our little community inside the hangar. So we definitely have a lot of military involvement through all aspects of our operations.
Right. Okay. Okay, those I think are my only questions to the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Councillor Stevenson?
Oh yeah, just a last question to Mr. Ridley. Really appreciate your comments and being here today. Something I think, has been highlighted previously is this is a very unique situation, and there's an opportunity to see, historic, culturally significant artifacts in a building that is also culturally and historically significant. Is that a fair assessment? Like, are you aware of many other opportunities that are akin to that?
It's unique in Edmonton. I mean, many people's minds would go to Fort Edmonton, which of course is a recreation. But here we have the very hangar in which the British Commonwealth Air Training Program was founded, and those connections to the Second War globally. So it is in my mind unique. And then as colleagues or other panelists have noted, the connection of Edmonton to the north. So I would say this is a very, locally established museum that has wide reach out to, beyond Edmonton to the north, and then globally as well.
Great. And then actually, sorry, one other question for the museum as well. Would you anticipate, so, I think sort of one unavoidable piece, if you had ownership of a building, if you get operating grants, if you got capital grants for the building, there is sort of that ongoing maintenance. Would you envision having a dedicated facility manager, someone who would be running the building, maintaining the building, applying for those grants, all the rest?
That would be something that would be definitely coming down the pipe. We would want to make sure it was managed and monitored, especially with the War and Trust system. You can't just walk away from it and it's fixed and we're good. That would definitely something that would, and with the amount of work that we would want to do to the hangar, to from top to bottom, it would require someone that would be responsible for that specifically.
Great. Okay, no further questions for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I understand there may be some questions in private as well about some of the attachments. Councillor Hamilton, would you mind moving that?
Yes, I will. Well, should we check if people want to go in public first, or I don't have public questions. I just have. Sorry.
Sorry, you don't have questions from private?
No, sorry.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. Apologies. If we want to go to administration, see if there's any questions from council colleagues before we move in private. I don't have any, but okay. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I just have one. The report states that there were 3 applicants, and this just represents one. Did the others weren't able to come, or?
That's correct. As far as we know, yeah, we had mentioned, I think, to each applicant that they're always willing or they're always able to come if they so desire, but we only had the one applicant today.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson?
I had a similar, I think that there may have been some miscommunication, just for my colleagues' awareness with one of the applicants, but appreciate there's lots of moving pieces. In terms of some of the public questions, one, is this site currently property tax exempt? I think that's a public question.
Yes, it is.
Okay. It is. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think the rest are all in private. So we'll wait for that. Thank you.
Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Salvador. I have a couple of questions in public. One of the questions is, in the report, I read consideration by council prior to admin making a decision. So is it council or committee that's deciding?
Committee has the ability to direct administration to advance negotiations on this specific property.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to go to council.
That's my understanding, yes. A typical agreement where we can enter into a negotiation can come from committee, and I'll look to maybe the city clerks just to see if she has any comments on that, just to make sure I'm correct.
That's correct, Councillor Principe. A standing committee can approve agreements above administration's authority.
Okay, yeah, because in the report I was reading council, so I wasn't sure if it was a council direction or a committee direction. So thanks for clarifying that. And then in the report, so as I said, it says consideration by council prior to admin making a decision. But then on page 4, it says admin has not made a decision. So does that mean you're looking for committee direction?
Correct. So just to clarify, the intent of the report was to provide an update on all the different applications that have come in to make sure that council as a whole was fully aware of the different proposals. And then through this discussion, looking to council to provide direction in terms of the path that council would like to take. also providing an opportunity to answer the questions that council may have as a whole, so committee and any other council members that are on today.
Okay, all right. And also I read that at this time, there's potential for grant funding from the provincial government, but at the time the report was written, you were not aware of any provincial grant funding, and at this time, you're still not aware of any provincial grant funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I believe the rest of my questions are for private. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
From there, we have some questions in private related to the attachments, so I'll move that we go in private, subject to sections 24, you got it already, 16, disclosure harmful to the business interests of a third party, 24, which is advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to the economic and other interests of the public body of Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Thank you. Please vote to go in private.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried, so we'll just pause for a few minutes to make Just checking with the clerks, we're back in public.
We are streaming, but I just want to make sure the doors are open in case our folks from
Sure.
the guests wanted to come back.
Okay, I'm going to assume the doors are open by now. Is that fair?
I think that's probably fair. No one came back, so I think we're okay.
Okay, great. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
I will move that we add, attachment 6 be added to the May 23rd, 2024 Financial Corporate Services Report, FCS 02386, and that agreement to dispose of Hangar 14 as outlined in attachment 6 of the May 23rd, 2024 Financial Corporate Services Report be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager, and that attachments 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the May 23rd Financial Corporate Services Report remain private pursuant to section 16, 24, and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Great, thank you. Anyone to speak to this? Great, please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes. That's carried. Thank you so much. All right, so that means we have made our way through the agenda. Responses to councillor inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice, none that I'm aware of, which means we are adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.